All right, we're live. Looks like everything is up and running. So we're going to drop some stuff in the background. I need to bring down my level descriptions. But we're going to finish working on this map. Hopefully we'll get it done today. Yeah, we've got this map is definitely filled with a lot of stuff. So if I remember right, there's a lot of underground decorations, if you want to call it that we have to add in. Just lots and lots of things that we need to do on this map. I think we started to lay in some of the corpses and stuff in some of the areas to see how they would look last week. But you know, it's just it's not a complex map, let's be honest. It's not. But it is just something that has a ton of, I mean, let's look at up here. I mean, these are stalactites, stalagmites, all kinds of things that we need to put on this map. Then some of these rooms are just filled with tons of fungi. We did finish laying all the stones in the waterways. We laid in the slime. We know there's going to be a ton of like corpses and stuff through here because we did this map once before, but it was very ugly. I was not happy at all with what we had the first time we did this map. Plus, we broke it into two separate sections, which made it... I mean, it was playable. I used it for my group, but I think most people are not going to want to use a map that's in two parts where you have to drop stuff back and forth. So we are opting to remake it. Plus, we're doing it so it looks nicer than the original map. Let me go ahead and pop these in, or pop one in at least, so that we can hear any triggers going off. And now we're just going to put one in, that's fine. Let's take it from here. All right, so I'm going to drop this up here. And then let's drag a brand new window down here. And I'm going to look up the actual dungeon. So hopefully everybody's having a nice Wednesday, good hump day. The rain's finally stopped here around our area, which is nice. Man, it's been a miserable rainy week. Not a real fan of all the rain. So we'll start looking at these zones. Dungeon of the Mad Mage. This is level 4. After we do this, we're going to have to go down. We're going to redo the troglodyte warrens. I don't know if we're going to redo the maze level or not. Willowwood, we're going to leave alone. We're fine with that. And then we'll be able to, I think Sea Deeps is the highest numbered level we've done. So the next thing we'll do is Vanric Doom, level 18, after we finish Twisted Caverns and redo the troglodyte warrens. So I'm not happy with that map either. Alright, so let's see what's in room 1. Mossy paths run between patches of stout trillimac and a forest of towering zirkwood whose caps scrape the 40-foot high ceiling. All right, so we're probably going to do what we normally do when we know we have these zirkwood trees in here. We're going to start by placing tree trunks. We'll leave some walkways through, but we're going to lay some tree trunks down, and then we're going to lay let's see, this is just a trillimac and a forest of zirkwood. So trillimac are 3 foot tall, light gray in color. These are just stalks. So I'm not sure. So these are just mushrooms. So we just need to drop some shrooms in here, I guess. So I think that's what we'll do. Let's start by laying down the zirkwood trunks. And I mean, basically zirkwoods are like 40-foot tall mushroom trees. That's the best way to put it. If I were to put mushroom caps up top, it would make it so that that's a canopy you couldn't see through. That's why I really prefer laying down trunks for where the growth is. So, and it's, you know, it's a design choice, let's be honest. Let's turn off snap. I always forget to do that. So we're going to look for trunks. See, it should be coming up where the trees are. I'm wondering if I did not load the forest assets. Let's take a look. See, the trees should be there. I think we're going to add this because we might do something with the water itself. We have the fungi in here. Wood variants, unless there's a forest thing that I'm missing. No, I think I have everything in there. We're going to add the one thing, and we'll save and reopen so it's in there. But we're just doing our save real quick, and then we have to reopen it. Anytime you pull any assets in, you've always got to save and reload, or they're not going to be in there. Now that was a real quick one. See, object tool. Let's try this again. All right, let's try here and see if for some reason there's the trees. No, that's not what we want. Oh, you know what? I know. I think I know what it is we're missing. Let's do that. We're going to pull that in because it does have some other fungi and stuff that we can use. Hopefully we don't need some of that. Let's see, dark. You know what? I don't think we need that. I think we're going to need this for a little bit of stuff. Could be in the basics too. Don't need that. Might need that. I hate it when it comes in and we're missing some minor stuff. Mountain Temple. I always forget to bring the storage in. Let's save one more time. Yeah, look at that. I think we have more than we had the last time. Is that going to be it? You bastard. Let's try trees. It's giving us these shitty tree trunks. I don't know what the hell's happened here. So the trees asset pack, no. No. Tree. And sometimes it's a matter of, look, there it is. So these are not tagged properly. I always forget that sometimes these things aren't tagged properly. Let's see. There's the stumps we want to use. We're going to use 2 or 3 different stumps. And let's go in using this tool. Because we're going to use the same one, drop it a couple of different places, but let it resize and spin. We definitely need to take the size down a lot. All right, so these are 10 by 10 squares. We want to make it so that maybe these things are like, all right, let's do that. Let's bring it up to about 0.3, take that to around, just around 0.5. Now 0.5 is a little big. like that. All right, so let's do one there, one there. There, there. All right, so that'll give a path. We're going to block this off a little bit. We want them to kind of walk down through here, around here, through there, or through there. So we're gonna create our path. Maybe let them come into a dead end here. We'll create that. So this is blocked. This is blocked. This, as well as some stuff here, and just some random to create a pathway that kind of goes like this, this, maybe here, and here. But we do like to give that indication of a pathway. All right, so the next thing we'll look at, let's see what these ever springs look like. Is this something we want to use? No. Jungle plants. So what we're looking for is something that just looks like stalks. Wilderness plant life. Let's try that. Anything looks stalkish? Stalkerish? See, now we pulled one in, and this is another thing you'll notice. We don't see... Here, let's find the name of this again. It was, what the hell is it? Underdark Fungi Asset Pack. That's what we want. So, we don't see that anywhere here. So I think the issue here is going to be we need to find maybe a fungi tag, and perhaps, see, look, it's not here. I think, see, it's not tagged, but maybe we'll be able to find it. So there you go. I think what we're going to do for the stalks is the same thing we did here. Use the sorting, and we're going to pick one. And we're going to let it kind of fill in. Let's see how big that makes it. Fill and spin. See, I think the last time I didn't pay attention to the description, and we ended up putting all kinds of fungi here, and these are just supposed to be, you know, stalkish looking things. And I think, you know, this, you know, from a top-down perspective, this will work. Obviously, if we were looking like on an angle or something, it'd be like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like stalks. It looks like some kind of mushrooms or some action going on there. But I'm fine with this. A lot of clicking, a lot of dropping. This is where, you know, when you're doing this stuff, you need to get the hell away from the tablet and go with the mouse. I mean, if you're fine going tap, 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 tap a million times, then yeah, you can still use that, but I kind of find I much prefer using the mouse to lay this kind of stuff down. It's a personal preference. And again, when you pull this into your mapping software, whatever you use, not your mapping software, but your tabletop, I'd still recommend laying down walls on the inside of this tree so it blocks line of sight. I mean, that is basically a massive trunk going 40 feet up in the air. And characters will not be able to see through that. Now, I know there's, well, I'm pretty sure there is not. We're going to leave a little path here. Pretty sure there's not anything actually in this room that you're going to encounter. But I like laying down the realism of line of sight with my players. So I will do that. And this is one of those things where you would tell them, you know, this isn't a matter of difficult terrain. This is like 4 feet tall. You're not walking through these stalks. Unless you want to be silly and chop it down, then yeah, go for it. And the other thing you can do, if you really want to, is like in Foundry, you could go in and create invisible barriers around here so they can't walk through these zones that you don't want them walking through. And that's another option to make sure that they, you know, respect these walking boundaries that you're establishing on the map. You know, you don't give them a choice. I want to make these a little bigger, a little thicker. Takes up a little more area. Makes it a little bit easier to get this done. So instead of doing 1,000,000 clicks to get it done, we'll do 500,000 clicks. So there's a walkway. So, you know, it doesn't really, the original map doesn't give us an indication of where the walkways are. We just have to figure out how we want to guide them through this area. And I'm figuring, because we know what is in this next room. There's a, is it an ogre? There's something over there who's not a bad guy. He's not here to kill anybody. He's very happy. He's got all this food here. And, you know, he might swindle some money out of them. Unless they get aggressive, and then he might smash them. But let's face it, if your party gets aggressive, they deserve to be smashed. I think that's a thing players forget when they come in and play a game like this. You don't have to kill every fucking thing you see. Everything's not an enemy. Everything should not be resolved through combat. And bad players resolve everything through combat. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, I'll be honest, as a DM, my answer to a murder hobo group is to murder the murder hobos. I've gotten to the point where I'm just disgusted with playing with players that walk into a room, they see somebody, they kill them, and it's like, you know, that was a friendly NPC that was supposed to give you your next set of missions. Fucking, you know what, the adventure's over, fuck you. Murder hobos are the worst. We're going to dead end here. We'll let them go that away. Maybe we'll... Sure, why not? So you make it like it's a trodden path, because we know this guy over here. He comes walking out here, he grabs some food, he enjoys himself. He's a very happy guy. Who could blame him? He's found a free food zone. Nobody bothers him. But yeah, I think if I were laying this map down now, I would lay down invisible barriers so they would have to walk and follow the paths. And then I would put down, this would be where I would lay down terrain walls, and that means, like, if you're standing here, you're only going to be able to see like this, like you actually would be able to see. So this would be black, and your line of sight as you go moves around. I've showed that in Foundry several times when we've gone in and showed how these maps work after I've got them laid out. So, all right, that takes care of that little forest zone. We have our pathways established. And I think that's good. So there are pathways. Everything's awesome. All right. So 2, that's what we were talking about. There's an Etten that lives over here. Wasn't an ogre, it's an Etten. I misspoke. But, so these here are stalactites studding the ceiling. Now, we could put them there, but we're not going to. And the reason we're not going to do that is we've got barrel stalk, blue cap, and ripple bark fungi in irregular patches throughout this cavern. We want that on the floor. These things are on the ceiling, so unless the players do that, bend their heads back and they say, I look up, then you can describe the stalactites that are studding that ceiling. So I think what we're going to do, because it says it grows in patches, these areas are probably where we're going to go ahead and drop that stuff down. So let's figure out what we want to put down for. So barrel stalk, I think what I generally have been using for that is this. Let's see if we have another option here. Do we want it to be nice and colorful? So we have barrel stalk, blue cap. So we won't use anything blue or purple. Let's go with this for the barrel stalk. How big is that going to make it? I think we want to make that a little bit bigger. And what we're going to do is lay some barrel stalk down, then we'll start laying other stuff around it. Let's see. Ripple bark. We know that is going to grow like off the walls and stuff. So I think that's how we're going to do it. We're going to place that stuff on the walls. We'll put the other fungi in the middle. And we should be good to go. So let's adjust our sizes. I think we want to go about this big. God damn it. Yeah, that's better. So we can go a little bit bigger, I think. This barrel stalk is like a water source in the Underdark. We kind of like to lay this down in patterns when we do it. I don't know why. Tell you what we're going to do too. Let's do a couple of them. All right, we need barrel stalk and blue cap. So, let's see. Have some blue fungi, or is it just the purple? I don't want to use the purple. Purple. I'm not really pleased with having to use purple. See, this doesn't look right because it's all laying down on its sides. See, that just looks like a pile of shit. So we're not going to do that. We're going to go in and fuck it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are way too big. So let's take this down to about this size. This maybe down to about here. Do this so that the stalks will actually go under. And I know this is purple, not blue, but don't pick at nits. Because I won't pay any attention. So we're going to carefully place this stuff all around here. Maybe have some outcroppings of this kind of coming out. See, this is why the Ettin's happy. He has all this free food. He's got what he needs. He doesn't have to run around and kill adventurers. He's just, he's found there is such thing as a free lunch. And it's a good thing. They say there's no free lunch, but in D&D, there can be. And he found that free lunch. So who can blame him for being a very happy, friendly Etten? And for the right price, he gives you information. He is an information giver. That's why you don't have to kill him. And like I said, playing with a group of murder hobos can be such a painful experience. Both as a DM and as a player. I mean, it's enough to turn you off to playing. Now we're going to set some of these up where it's just little growth zones with these things. Because why not? Alright, so now we need to turn those off. We're going to just use the object tool, search for fungi. And we're doing this because the random rotation is not going to be helpful. And the random scale. So we're going to put that there. There. A little bit here. We still have to go in today and take care of picking up the expansion or season pass for Valhalla. I think we're going to do that Friday. So we can do it this way. It does say there are random outcroppings. Do that. Do this one is under. That. Thing is, you don't have to have the entire piece showing either. I mean, if you did it like that all the time, you'd know it was the exact same thing constantly throughout there. By changing the size and how much is exposed, you can really, make that same asset usable in multiple places. That overlap. That. try to get a little bit there and a little bit here and a little drop there. And I think for the little drop here, probably use a single piece, kind of like this. For this, go like that. And for this, like that. Do one more. All right, so that's our 3 fungi in there. Done. Leaves us some pathways. Again, I would use invisible barriers so that you have to walk this passage. Go. But that sets up that zone. So there's zone 2. 3, Death from Above. Gardens of Barrelstalk, Blue Cap, Tamask, and Trillimac. So we know the Barrelstalk and the Blue Cap what we use. Tamask. Let's double check that. So there's some weird looking fungi. Fill the cavern between the garden patches, meander paths that lead to and from the various exits, and there are piercers above. These are where the stalactites are, so we need to have that coming down through here. The piercers would probably be in this zone. I mean, I think I set it up in here. Either way is fine. It doesn't matter. So scatter tool. Let's pull our barrel stalks in first, because that's how we like to do it. So we're going to have to pick something out for the barrel stalks. Not the barrel stalks, for the Trillimac. All right. So I'm not sure if we have something to choose from for here, but I think I know what we want to go with. So, Trillimac kind of looks weird like these anemones, but I don't think I want to use that either. Let's see how this is going to look. Sometimes you just got to go with what you got. And in the end, it's not going to look bad. I wanted to lose that one, but I didn't feel like trying to make it work. I think that's fine. All right, so that's area 3. Area 4, the Alchemist. So this is a fun room. Here we have a green slod posing as a human alchemist. If you happen to find his control gem, you can get him to come along with you, which a member of our party managed to do that. But he pretends to be an alchemist selling potions that there's a lot of junk in the shop. All right. Rough-hewn block of stone in the middle of the cave serves as a table covered with a set of alchemist supplies. So first let's get a stone and put it in the middle. I think the first time we did this, we actually put a table in and colored it like stone colored, but we don't have to do that. There we go. Yeah, let's do that. Do we like that? Or do we like where it kind of looks like they tried to make a table? So we'll put, let's make it just a little bigger. So there's our crappy table, right? You know what? We didn't bring in the one thing I didn't think we'd need. So let's do a quick save. We need to bring that wizard's tower in. And the reason I just resaved is I had that stone table floating over there. It creates a table on the map when you're done. You always want to deselect that. So I think the wizard's tower, and I think, I want to say we have some alchemist stuff. Let's make sure. Oh, we have the apothecary set. I think we can add some stuff there. I think that's what we need to be able to set up this alchemist shop. All right, so we reopen. Let's go straight to the assets. So the apothecary, oh my god, look at the size of that mortar and pestle. It's like it's made for a giant. We need to get that down to like normal scale. There's a mortar and pestle. And then we need from the wizard tower Sometimes we use that. Not sure we're going to do that this time. I say that and we'll end up using it. I think we're going to just, let's see if we can lay this out. Cauldron. Let's kind of put that there. Vials. Potions. Let's see if we can find, nope. All right, so I think we're going to go with what we normally go with, even though I'm not a true fan. But it works. So we're going to put this up there, but we're going to make it smaller. And that should take care of that. Now let's lay some shelves in and put some potions on them, and this room's done. Let's see, gourds, walls are set with shelves of various heights, all numerous gourds, most of which contain failed alchemical mixtures. There's the alchemist supplies. Do we have some spell reagents? Let's see. Yeah, we do. So let's throw some stuff down here. Just pick randomly. That was nice. Random shell on the table. Spell reagents. All right. Now, let's see. The walls are set with shelves at various heights. Don't really have any stone shelves, do we? Let's take a look. You know what? We do. Stupid Dwarven Kingdom pack. I think these are benches, maybe. Not sure. I know the other one doesn't have anything that we need. All right, that's all saved. We'll reopen again. Like I said, I think the one thing I brought in has oh, it's a shelf. So do we want to use that? I know we don't want to use it at that size. And we need snap off because snap sucks. These look better. There we go. Definitely. And you know, I know people get butthurt when I talk about murder hobos, but until you've played with the kind of jackass that wants to run around and kill everything in the dungeon, humans, elves, dwarves included, and turn them into jerky, you haven't lived. Of course, we don't have gourds. I think I do, though. There's like a farming thing, but I thought I brought that in. See, that's all dressed. That doesn't help me. I think that's all dressed too. We're just looking at what's not checked. Where's the farming? Not going to help. Farming. There we go. Pumpkin's a gourd, but it's not the kind of gourd we need. Excuse me. I think we need to make these shelves a little more reasonable. We've taken them down a little too small. I always forget, it's much easier to align it this way than what we were doing before. You know, trying to do, clicking on the numbers when we're resizing. It's almost easier to just drop the asset, play with it, especially if it's an area like this where you know the guy's kind of flaky and his stuff may not necessarily be exact same size. And this NPC is very flaky. So we're going to drop just randomly, and we're going to change up the colors on these things as we drop more stuff on here. And that's good enough. So, gorge, stone block, potions, done. Alright, so room 5, or we should say area 5. So this western edge has crystals. I think I'm going to do something in here. This says there's a thick mix of mud and bat guano covering the ground. Let's see if we can make something look disgusting in here. So we need black. And then we need mud. Let's see how this looks. So we do that. It'll definitely make it look different. I think we're going to go with that. As long as this doesn't flood out and affect our other water, we're fine. And that differentiates that room. And I kind of like that we can use that to kind of color in stuff that we otherwise couldn't color. All right, so let's drop some crystals. And I think that's good. So 5 is done. Six. Now we can put stuff on the floor. Now my guess is we don't have this exactly. We have this. These don't look good. Let's be honest. Cave crystals. So I don't know, the closest we might be able to get to this is throwing down like boulders in these places. And I'm not enamored with that idea. Let me take a look at something. So I think we're gonna do that. Like I said, I'm not totally thrilled with it, but it's still better than using the default assets. That, in my opinion, don't match what we're doing. So that'll be good enough. Bits of chewed up armor and bone. Let's try broken. All right, maybe some broken armor if we're lucky. I don't think I brought any armor assets in. Hey, Durar man, how's it going? I don't think I brought that in. And I don't think it's going to give me really what I want by pulling that in, but let's see. I don't know, maybe that'll have something in there. That might have some armor pieces. We're bringing so much crap in this time just for this map that's basically all underground cave. I remember this map drove me crazy the first time I did it. This remains one of the things that still drives me nuts. The fact that it's not in alphabetical order. Everything else is. I'm going to do another save. I still feel like it's not going to bring in what we need. See, weapons brings in weapons, no armor. And we can throw some broken shit in. Because why not? Since we can't find broken armor. Throw a broken chair in, that would work, right? Let's try military. Now look at that. We bring up military and it gives us a crystal. Explain this to me. It's like as close as we're going to find is a bloodied kettle helm for armor. Technically it's armor, so we're going to put it there. People should know they're going to die when they come in here. All right, that zone's done. Again, put terrain markers, terrain walls in here. They shouldn't be able to see through it, and they should get killed by those ropers when they come through. All right, now 7. This was actually a kind of fun room to make. But I'm not going to put the lighting in on the map like I did the last time. All right, so we need a toadstool. So, let's see. Near the north wall, slight woman wearing tattered gray robes over black pants sits on a 2-foot-tall toadstool. So, let's scale it up just a little bit. That's her seat. There's Barrelstalk, Ripplebark, Tamask, and Tongue of Madness. So the Ripplebark should be around the edges. What about Tongue of Madness? Looks somewhat like a large human tongue. All right, I think we can figure that out. So this will be our Ripplebark. We're going to plop these things down, and then we're going to rescale everything. Just plop them. All right. Now I know I didn't put it on the walls, but we kind of decided this makes life easier. So we can put that there. If we want to make it bigger or smaller, we'll do that. Turn it. Embed it. So by doing this, we can basically take the same asset and make it look different because it's all over the place in different sizes. Come on. That didn't want to behave at all. Put that there. All right, we're good. Might put one more over there. One more of these long pieces. All right, so we have that. Now we're going to go to our scatter tool. There it is. Got that. Put this as under. Oh my God. I freaking hate spring. Especially when allergy pills are like not working. Okay. Tongue of Madness. So we need something that looks like, I don't see that. Tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to use a different color for that. Put that as under. Size it down. There's our little tongue sticking out. Tongue of Madness is fun because it makes you just jabber and gibberish for an hour when you fail your save, and it's funny as hell. All right, that's enough tongue. What else do we have in here? So there's moss on the walls that glows. What you really want to do is go in on your virtual tabletop, create light sources that dimly light the entire cave. What I would do is not use normal white light, maybe give it some kind of bluish or something glow, and give it that hint of what this says it's supposed to look like. So 8, let's go to that. I think we need some rocks in here. I don't think we dropped rubble where we needed to, except in the water. We didn't put our blocks here. So we need columns, or actually pillars. What they look like doesn't matter. Other option, tell you what. Would be to use the same wall that we used before. Which one was it? This is it. So this is our other option. We could come in here and kind of go like this. So there, make a straight line here and go there. Now that gives us a zone right there. And the reason I'm doing that is to put this here will allow light to go through. That's to the extended dungeon. If you want them to go through, have at it, but I would prefer not to spend the rest of my life in a 23 level dungeon plus extended dungeons. That sounds like a nightmare to me. So I think we need to start putting our text in on these areas too. But let's see where these extended dungeon zones are. And let's do what we just did there. And this may be what we opt to do from now on with these extended dungeon sections. Not going to let me do that, huh? What about now? There we go. I don't think there are a lot of the expanded dungeon sections on this one. There are 3. Is that what we see? So let's do this. We're going to put our text in. Let's use our text tool because we always forget to do this. So and that's fine. And we just type that in sloppy because we can always do this. So we're going to put this here. Oop. All right, I know we have this in here. We'll put our map legend on. Make it a little smaller. Text again. And then up here we'll put a title. Hey, Inflatable Cat, how's it going? GG, how's it going? Let's change all of these to bold. You know, doing well. Just going through, redoing a map we did. And we did this one a good while ago. But we did it in 2 parts, and I'm not happy with how it turned out. So we are redoing it so it's more useful. And looks nicer, let's be honest. All right, let's turn trace image off and just take a look and see how that looks. Yeah, it's Mad Mage. We laid down the first part last week, and now we're going into the individual rooms and working on those. All this motion for the water effect will go away once it's flattened and ready to be used. But I wanted to be able to make the rooms look slimier. You know what I mean? Because there are rooms with like a ton of slime and stuff in there, and then there are rooms. This room here is like filled with mud and bat guano, so we're using the water effect for a lot of things now to make it look better. All right, so that takes care of, what did we get to? All right, room 8. Let's read the description. Ceiling is 30-foot high ceiling. Cavern is studded with stalactites. Floor is so uneven it counts as difficult terrain. That's going to be use your words. 9. Ceiling is 30 feet high at the northwest end of the cave. Gradually slopes down to 20 feet. So that's a use your words room. Tripwires. The uneven rock floor is dotted with small stalagmites, between which run nearly invisible tripwires. So I guess what we need to do is put some small copies of these, right? Really teeny tiny. So this whole thing right here is like a trap. Right here is a trap, so we'll put a tripwire kind of like that between them. And we'll call that room done. So DM would need to know here and here are the trip wires. Maybe set it like that. So as they walk through, dink, trap goes off, they die. I mean, it's going to do a D10 of damage for rocks falling. So that's not really going to make a difference. I mean, it might if they've already almost died and they get here and have no hit points left because they haven't been able to take a long rest. Now, let's face it, one long rest a day, you can't let them constantly fight, take a long rest. I mean, I never have let my players just be like, oh, I'm out of spells. Well, you blew them all in the first 5 minutes of the day, so you're out of luck. Northern half of the caves, home to 2 driders and 5 giant spiders. Driders hide in natural alcove in the north entrance, which is here. Crawl amid thick webs that fill the top 10 feet beneath. So those webs are going to be up top. You can't see them. Down here, southern half of the cave is filled with thick, sticky webs. Conceal an arch embedded in a wall at the south end of the cave. So we need an arch gate right there. And our arch gate, let's face it, we've been using the same one since we started making this freaking dungeon, and we're not going to change. I think if I type this in, it might bring it up. I doubt it, though. No, we have to do this. Crypts and cemeteries. And our arch gate is that. So we need to take that down in size. I tell you what, we're gonna just drop it. I finally decided that we should do these things the smart way. I mean, we have these little drag and pull bars here, so why not use them? There we go. There's the arch gate. Done. That's one of those things, too. It's like, you know, I wish I would have thought about that months ago. But I rarely click on that. Especially now. What web style do we want to use? I kind of like that ghostly looking web. So it's supposed to be like the bottom half of the room filled with webs. See, that's a little too blatant. That looks nice. Over. We need to cover this thing. Well, you know what? We might need to put some of these normal webs in here too. since this needs to be not visible. Freaking driders. Put one more here, and now you can barely see it. But yeah, inflatable. We've kind of come back in, and some of the original maps that we had made, we weren't super happy with how they looked. So decided to do some redos. You always can have a do-over on a map, even though it just adds a lot of work. Let's make this one go all the way across. That's a webby mess. And we'll call that room done. 11. This is another zone. My characters got their asses kicked. It's like every time they've run into the drow, they've just gotten their asses kicked. It's kind of funny. Alright, so there's a ridge of natural rock in the middle of this cave. I think Loki's having a bad dream. So I think we can take this down and make this work. We can put it here. So there are two of them and a female. So I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And basically put it like that and right here. And be able to put, so this will be one 5-foot square here. Be able to put one guy there, and the other drow back there. What else is up here? There are fungi growing around the ridge. All right, so let's barrel stalk and ripple bark. Scatter tool. Where's our barrel stalk? this will do is over. Make it a little bit bigger. Come on. Drag the right one. Doesn't have to be continuous. All right, so I'm going to plant one here, one there, one over there. So those two are done. Stacks of supplies and gear neatly line the walls. I think what we'll do is some crates. Can never go wrong with crates. I mean, you can. I'm not going to put a ton of stuff in here. $11B. Okay, so, ooh. I don't think this is going to carry over. Oh, look, it does. There's our spider brazier. We used that on the last map. And, so where's that? So we're going to put this here. Put the altar there. So we need the altar for Loth. We need a desk. We need one that's colorable though. Let's put the desk over here. No, put the desk. Let's put the desk here. And we need a chair to match. Need to take this up to 0.5 because that would be the right size. Chair there. We need that to be under. Put that here. We'll put that as an over. That works. And then we need bedrolls. I think we're going to look for the camping area. Camping. Let's see. feel like we're going to drop 2 bedrolls here. I think the paranoid freaking drow would probably... not sleep with their backs to the door. All right, so that takes care of that room. 11C. Oh, there's also a chest in here. So the back wall has an arch gate. There's our arch gate. Of course. See, sometimes we can find more stuff by doing it that way. That's all that's in there. All right, slope ceiling. Natural shelves and narrow ledges line the walls, ranging in height from 10 to 30 feet, hiding in the shadows atop 10-foot high ledges are 2 male drow elite warriors. So I'm going to try something. think this is what we're going to do. So I think we want to make that a little thinner. So I would do maybe terrain walls here, and then up top there's a ridge that you're going to have drow warriors standing up here. So your choice is to draw either an invisible sight line along here. Hey, Violet. Or to do terrain walls so that they can't see up here because it's elevated above their line of sight. Either way, I wouldn't let them get up there easily, but the drow are going to be sitting up on the higher points and ambushing them. So that's why we drew this in here, to give the indication of those elevated cliffs. Oh, I know where that was. Why are they so damn big? It's pissing me off. That's better. All right, so there's that. Those are actually stumps, too, for a change. Gas madness. That's fucking crazy. Well, the thing is, this is what pisses me off about that kind of stuff. I mean, yes, there's gonna be a supply issue for a little while, right? But it's gonna be corrected once the shit's fixed. So, and is everybody driving to work now, or are they just going out and being assholes and buying up gas that they don't necessarily need right now? You know what I mean? I'm thinking it's buying up gas they don't necessarily need. Kind of like when people bought enough toilet paper to last 5,000 years to keep in their house when COVID first started. I mean, that is the nature of people, to be assholes. That's crazy. You know, why? Why? And like I said, aren't people still kind of working from home up there? If that's the case, you don't need to go freaking out over gas. It's going to be fixed in a week or so. I remember the gas lines when I was a kid, and they were everywhere. It was ridiculous back in the 70s. I mean, it was so stupid back then. You had well, we had so many idiotic things that happened. There were the gas lines. There was the mortgage crisis where mortgages jumped up like well in the double digits, and people were like going crazy to get mortgages if they dropped down just a little bit. We had so many stupid things happen back then. So this is another one where we need a bunch of Zerkwoods. Other than that, how's everything going? All right, 14. Stalactites hang from the ceiling, so that's from the ceiling. We're not going to indicate those. Use your words and imagination. There are rafts leaning against the west wall. I don't think I have a raft. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy when shit like that happens. Yep, no raft. Let's see if we can find something kind of on its side. Let's do this so it's easier to see. I mean, people panic over the dumbest shit. You know what? I don't think I'm going to put anything in here to indicate rafts. We're just going to say there are rafts in there. Because they're going to have to carry them along with them anyway. So that's fine. 15, we took care of the slimy corpses and that kind of stuff. 16, the Grotto of Madness. I like this one. Rising out of the water is a rocky island upon which two Kuatoa raised a shrine to their old god. Circling the island's perimeter is a chul. That almost killed my party. In the middle of the island, wearing a crude net, is a petrified Utyug. Kuatoa adopted as a god and named it Bulbaslop. I think what we did for this, and I think we're going to do it again, is this. We need something that just looks nasty. There you go. That looks nasty, right? So we're going to put this here. And then, I don't think I have a net. No. So we're going to use webbing because it's close enough for government work. So we're going to kind of do it like this. That's good. Trinkets. That's right, they can find one boot of elven kind here. It's funny, they got that, and then I think it's like 2 or 3 levels down is the other boot of elven kind. Somebody finally got the second boot of elven kind in the group. It's hilarious. And your players are always going to ask some stupid questions like, well, can I be partially stealthy with it? No. If I hop, am I stealthy? It's funny, I was talking about Balticon yesterday, and I looked, and they're doing a virtual convention, so I could actually attend Balticon without being in Baltimore. That would be funny. I tell you, I don't think I would go to like actual cons anymore. Last one I went to was Comic Con in Dallas a few years ago. Oh my god, that was so fucking crowded. It was ridiculous. And I admit, I don't do crowds. Not anymore. 16C. I needed to make slime in here, but I think slime isn't going to work. I remember when Comic Con here in Dallas was held in this tiny little venue. It was awesome. And then it grew to ridiculous lengths. And things just got silly. You know, when my son was young and he wanted to go to the Comic-Con, I would take him there. Motherfucker! I knew it would do that. Fuck you. See, it doesn't matter. It's not even touching, and it still pollutes the water everywhere. Yeah, we went to the one in Dallas when it got big the one year, and I mean, we had passes to be able to get in. There were people standing in line, fucking massive lines and waiting and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm done. And then you get inside and it's just wall to wall people. You know, I don't want to be touched by strangers or bumped by strangers or anything. Alright, so we can't put slime in there. I forgot that we tried the last time and it did the same damned thing. Picks embedded in the wall. That was what was nice. The comic book store that we played D&D at on Wednesdays before COVID, there would always be, like, once a month they'd have somebody come in. And it was like Nichelle Nichols, you know, Lieutenant Uhura. We had Sulu show up. We had the guy that played Chewbacca. All these folks would be there. It would be reasonable. We'd be playing D&D, and they'd be like 10 feet away. And if you wanted to go over after the line of people were there and talk to them, it was all cool. It was like the whole Power Rangers crew came the one time. It was crazy. That's probably, let's see, were we able to slime this room? I don't think we were. Not even touching. I remember we had so much trouble with this thing flooding, and we fixed it by creating this little zone here, but it didn't stop the fact that there's flooding everywhere. So, oh my God. I mean, there were some that I thought it was cool that I got to meet. Uh, Captain Kirk. Peter Weller when Buckaroo Banzai came out. That was at Balticon back in the day. Peter Weller, and then Captain Kirk. That was at one of the small when the Dallas Comic Con was smaller. And fucking Stan Lee. This is supposed to be broken, but I don't have a broken rowboat. All right, 20. The fuck is 20? That's up here. Yeah, Stan Lee was cool. 21A. Mutilated monster carcasses piled around the room's perimeter exude a putrid stench. I don't have monster carcasses. Nope, we'll just mutilate some guys. How about that? That just sounds wrong, doesn't it? Or just mutilate some guys. We're going to totally fuck this up. I think once that flattens out, it'll be fine. Oh, God. I remember this room. It's awful. So already given its new name, Klabu. These fucking things make their own gods. So we need a busted ass statue, I think. So we're gonna put this here because it looks like hell, and that's gonna be the statue. That's fine. 21B. What's in here? 4 poison Kuto guard in an area. Troglodyte corpses. All right, so I know we don't have troglodyte corpses. So I think what we'll do, how many are in here? 5. So we're going to put these underneath. And then We're going to fuck their shit up. I think the last time I found blood, I had to do it this way. Because we had more dead troglodytes in that other room. I'm not happy with how we had to do it. We'll just give an indication of limbs. And that'll have to do it. We're done with the corpses. Hookar Homestead. Oh, God. I remember, I hated this room. All right. Uneven flooring and ceiling, distance between them varying between 30 and 50 feet. Growing out of mounds of bat guano are several towering zirkwoods, as well as patches of barrelstalk, bluecap, and trillimac. So we need trees again. I'm not sure that the spread is going to work. But let's see. So we need this to be on user layer 1. All right, so we've got kind of like a forest there. Then we need to start adding some fungi again. Too small. All right, so we need that. Arrowstalk, Bluecap, and Trillimac. Tell you what, let's pull these out of play for right now. There. So we did find out yesterday. My daughter picked up a scholarship, so her first 2 years are fully covered. Some scholarship. She wants to go to the community college here, but now between her and the boy, it just means his PhD's covered, which is good. Hers will be covered as long as she keeps her grades up. So Mom and I are happy. We don't have to crap on our retirement savings. I'm going to say that's good. All right. $23. Where is 23? Hookar clings to a 15-foot high ledge, so we need a ledge up here. Lying on the floor are bones of several troglodytes. Jesus Christ. So we're just going to lay bones out. We don't have to worry about a troglodyte. Ripple bark and Tomas tongue grow near the water. All right, then we need a ridge line here. Wrong way. So that thing will be up there. What did we use for tongues? Tongues of Madness. I think that's what we used, isn't it? Let's tell you what, we'll do this under. We can kind of plop it in like that. $23 is done. Oh, bones. Fucking bones. We're just going to put some random bones, and that takes care of that. 24. How many rooms are there? Are we getting really close? Holy shit. 24 is the last set of rooms. I can't believe this. 3 enslaved troglodytes guard this cave. Shields, broken spears, and torn nets lie heaped against the walls. None of the gear is salvageable. Alright, so... shields. Do 1, 2, 3. Actually, let's see if we can get all of these in here. All right, so we can't do it that way. I think we need to do this. Weapons. Ah, you fucker. Broken spear. Broken spear. Broken spear, and shall we say it again? Broken spear. This is going to be a pain in the ass because we're kind of going to layer this shit. All right, so that looks like piles of shit, like they say. 24B, littered with bones. So I think this we're going to do underwater. How about that? We're going to pick some random bones. Some of these are too big. There we go. Bones are done. 24C. All right, so we need some rocks here. Six. That's good. 24D. It's empty. 24E. Empty except for dudes. Guess what? Fucking done. I'm excited. I am very excited. Pixels. Export. Twited. How about we put an S in there? Twisted Caverns. I didn't think we'd get this done today. We're very excited. Unless it crashes, then we won't be so excited. Very exciting stuff. All right, so we're going to switch to this, and that way we can take a look at the map. All right, so there's the completed map. Let's zoom in. That's the PNG file. See, now that it's flattened out, you can kind of tell the slime area between that and the water. Let's take a look at the different zones. So we have this area here. There's our ridge line. I could export it bigger, but I'm not going to. And I mean, this really is intended to be used inside of Dungeon Draft. Not Dungeon Draft, inside of Foundry. And it does look good inside of Foundry. There we go. Our slime worked. All of the stuff in here worked. We're good. Awesome. That's the PNG. Let's check out the JPEG. Honestly, I don't know. Does the JPEG actually look better? I think it might. Let's take a look. All right, we're good. Wow. So let's take a look at, this is level 4. Let's see if we want to redo level 5. I think that's one that, no, that's Willowwood. I'm fine with that one. I know that. We're good. The Troglodyte Warrens. That's another older map. I really hate this map. I think we're going to redo this one. All right, so let's minimize this. Well, you know what? That doesn't matter. We can leave it up. We're just not going to be working in that for a few minutes. So the Troglodyte Warrens, that was 133 by 176, but we did that at 50 pixels. So I think I know what we need to do. Let's open this. We're going to open our photo editor and recrop. It'll take a minute. All right, so we can bring that to there. There. And there. It's not going to give us a lot of room for titling. So save that as 1102. Crop. No. This may end up being problematic. We'll see. We can close that out. Let's bring this over. Set this at 100. We can go to 800. Any higher and this thing will crash. It's the only thing that putting a new chip in didn't fix was the crashing because of memory issues in this piece of software. All right, so draw new grid with mouse. Grid added on image save. We want both of those. All right, so we know right there that we have some changes to make. So what do we want to do first? Let's take a look. Width is shrinking, height is growing. So let's do this. Still shrinking a little bit, isn't it? Let's do one more. And basically, I mean, we just sit here and pop like plus a sixth, minus an eighth. And right there, we're looking good. All right, so we know this is growing. So we need to, let's just start off by doing this. If those two clicks did it, that would be a thing of beauty, but those two clicks didn't do it. So we're going to do -1. This is all guessing. And you know what? Looks like our random guess might have fixed it. Is it still growing a little bit? So we can do -1/6 plus an eighth. Let's see if we can kick it up. That didn't help. Let's see if that did it. It's damn close. Damned close. What do we see down here? Little growth. I think that's it. I'm going to say it's good. We've got a good side to side. All right, so let's save. So that's going to be 55 by 72. That'll fit within our map size. See, we ended up kind of fucked there. I think we're better sized now. So we'll save. We can close this out. We'll create a new map. This one needs to be 56 by 72. We're damn close. Trace image. And we'll see if our normal scaling adjustment works. 2.56. There it is. It's like that's the magic number. So, I don't know. At this point, I feel like I'm either going to have to shut the stream down and flip over to my drawing tablet and then come back up, or change inputs and hope that I don't go out of sync. It always does that. I'm not feeling lucky today. Let's try it. If we go out of sync, I may decide to just fuck it, take a break, and go from there. Or not use that screen up there. Am I still in sync? Let me know. I have no idea where some of this stuff just went. Let's go there. All right. So this, I'm moving some windows around and I'm hoping we're still synced. Alright, so we're going to hear some echo here, but I'm going to check and see if we're synced. Alright, are we synced? Alright, are we synced? Looks like we are. Alright, are we? I didn't think that was going to work. But it worked. It's a miracle. Alright, so we can go ahead and, I guess, start looking at the description of this damned map. It looks like everything's fine. Can't wait till I get another graphics card in. Then I'll be able to have all my screens on at one time without an issue. Adjusting my workspace. All right. So let's read the description. This is the Troglodyte Warrens. I need to read what this thing looks like first. I think it's all just cave, but troglodytes. It is all just cave. This should be relatively simple, and I don't think there's any water here. So if we have no water, just cave and walls, we can make it look nicer than we did the last time and be done with it. There's one area, I think, where there's slime, and we know what we're going to do to make that look like it's slime. So, fuck it, let's do this. Let's turn the opacity down. We're going to start right there. All right. Pattern shape tool, we're going to use the cave texture once again. Turn off snap, and let's get this thing started. We're going to try to get as large of an area as we can. With each pass. I think to make this work, because we kind of want that to be whatever the rock we choose. For our background to be filled with that. See, before we lay it down, we do that. That should make sure that this works. Yep, that worked. We always let these things overlap a little bit. I mean, the ones that we're choosing to redo versus the ones that we're keeping are really based on some of the features that we added in some of those earlier maps that I like, and I don't want to go back in and redo the map. I think what we're going to end up doing, we're going to lay down, I mean, we'll see how long it takes. I'm thinking we're going to lay down the cave floor. And then I may get off, take a break, and eat something. We really did we got done well before I thought we would on that other map. It's crazy. I did not think we would be done that quick. Which is just nuts. Even with the added effort we're putting in doing the building the way we are, I feel like we are getting stuff done a lot quicker. You know what? I'm going to try something. I don't know if this is going to work. So let's undo. I'm curious. If we can make this work, we can probably save a lot of fucking time. So it may not work. It may work. First, let's start by setting our terrain. So we're going to fill the background. Let's take a look. So will it let me pick... Ah, fuck. See, it won't let me pick that floor. And then if you go to the cave brush, it just automatically goes to this crap that I really freaking hate. I was hoping we could select the floor pattern that we want. I mean, if we really, really wanted to do it this way, we could do this, and then that would give us squares, right? Let's take a look and see how this looks. Oops, didn't mean to do that. 1, 2. I'm just curious how this is going to look. We're not going to do a massive section. We'll do that hallway down to this room. If we're okay with the tiles, we may do it this way for this map and see how it turns out. I know no matter what, it's going to turn out better than what we had. I'm curious if there's some tile patterns that we haven't loaded in. So if we did that, we're going to end up with this, where it looks like floor instead of cave. Do we want it to look like that? I don't think so. Doesn't really look like a cave system. Let's take a look at something. That might help. Let's reload this and see if that adds any assets that might help us out. Did not. See if we could, if it would give us the option to, just not pick a floor pattern, that would be awesome too. So, yeah, we can't do that. Come on. I think I just crashed it. Yeah, I crashed it. It's pissed off. Well, I didn't crash it, but it was still pissed off at me. What the hell is this thing doing? It's not responding at all now. That's awesome. All right, let's close that. Oh, I know why. Never mind. All right. All right, so our hope that we would be able to use something in there and do this much quicker, it's not going to be a thing. It's like all of these tile sets, just going to lay out like that. Which kind of sucks because, you can lay out the shitty cave floor in here, but you can't lay out the other textures that we have. No point getting uptight. We're going to have to do it the way we have to do it. I just did what I didn't want to do. Let's see if we can... Oh, thank God. So we can actually select an area and move it down to another layer. We just learned something new that makes me very happy. This is one of those maps that's just a royal pain in the ass. So you have all these little zones, and I'm trying to leave them so that they're actually filled in by our mountain texture, or our rock texture. I wonder why this is doing what it's doing. It's definitely misbehaving on my screen. I think I'm going to have to restart the mapping software. So it's almost acting like we're perpetually stuck in that move, and that's what I've got showing up on my screen as far as a mouse. So I'm going to do this. Let's save. I'm going to close it down. Let's restart it. If we can get it to run without the goofy shit that was just happening, we'll be okay. Nope. Now I've got a pointer and it's not doing anything weird. Thank you. Thank you, silly machine. All right. So I think we're going to do this zone here next. And we'll see how it goes. I know we're going to have some water zones, some slime zones. There's all kinds of stuff in here. You know what? This is going to mess with my calm, but we're going to draw walls inside of that. I tell you, I may even decide to stop worrying about those interior things, just draw walls inside, so we can get this done a little quicker and easier. Oh, did it again. So I think we're gonna go across here and do that as one big zone. I feel like we can get a really massive area done right here. I mean, we're not even a third of the way done yet. That's why I really wanted to be able to use the builder. But we're good. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to close that in. So this, we're going to go around here, into there, and we're just going to ignore these voids in the middle. We'll add walls in there for that. All right, so we're going to go from here around through here, get this section done. The plus side of this, we're going to have a lot of little inside walls to do. That'll make some of this not so horrible to wall in. Downside is I think we're going to have one giant exterior wall. We'll just call that the Forever Awful Wall. Zoom out and take a look. I mean, we're going to have one complete wall run around the entire perimeter of this outside. That's going to be awful. Awfully awful. Everything else is just going to be short interior runs. Dog pill. Oh, you're getting excited because I said dog pill? You don't get a dog pill, Thor. I know you want a dog pill. But you don't want a dog pill. She doesn't get a treat for a good reason in the afternoon. He's like, I don't care. She gets a treat and I want one. Silly dogs. We're going to intentionally go outside the lines in this area because these hallways are so narrow. It can cause trouble for your players when they're trying to navigate in your virtual tabletop through these things. And you don't want to have to go and throw them from room to room so they're flying through walls and see everything on the map. Alright, what does this leave us? Really? Bottom corner. I admit this is always one of the most time-consuming and boring parts of doing a map. It's got to be less than awesome watching. I mean, I get locked in once I'm doing this stuff, trying to make sure I get semi-accurate, even though, I decided a while ago don't need to have absolute fidelity to the lines and make everything exactly the way it is, but you know, I still need it to be semi-accurate so it's usable per the description in the adventure. That's why I kind of like, I much prefer maps that I can do that are not underground. Something like inns, fortresses, you know, stuff that's above ground that I can do the actual building of the map using the tools that allow me to lay down walls, floors, and everything at the same time, and then just have to go back in take care of interior walls and clean up the map. But in order to make a map that doesn't look bad, like the original that we had of this, it is a lot more work. So let's take a look. So there's the cave floor laid out. We'll come back next week and lay in the walls and start decorating this map. So we're going to call it on that. We got level 4 completed today, quicker than I thought. And we got the floor laid in for the troglodyte warrens. Next week we'll put the walls in. Got to create holes. Lay down stalactites, rubble. There are a few places I know that we have to flood. This has water. There's some, I don't remember if it's slime or what's there, but there are quite a few things. We have quite a few interior walls to do. And yeah, we'll get this thing done, the basic build out next week. And if we're lucky, we'll get the whole thing done. I don't remember this being an extreme detailed map. You know, it's a cave walk. So that's going to be it for the day. Tomorrow we're going to get on, spend the first 10 minutes chatting, then we're going to hit the random command, see what it picks out of our list of games, and that's what we'll play tomorrow. We have no idea what we're going to play. Friday, if tomorrow I pick up the expansion or the season pass for Assassin's Creed Valhalla, that might be our game on Friday, but we'll see what I decide to do. I'm in the air whether I'm going to do that or get Hood, Legends and Outlaws, or Outlaws and Legends, whatever the hell the name of that damn game is. If I do that, I might mess with that all day, but we shall see. But anyway, thanks everybody for popping in and watching. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.